Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Slade Butler, and I'm the owner and founder of Crafted Right from the Heart. I am a serial published author, poet, writer, educator, and motivational speaker. You can find my work on all social media platforms, and my books are located on Amazon. Simply type my name in the search engine line or one of the titles of the books that you're interested in. I'm your business moderator today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders all worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and all cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we'll be doing a fireside chat with Mrs. Kathy Greggs. She is the CEO of Fayetteville Pact Organization. Kathy Greggs is a resilient U.S. Army combat veteran and a survivor of military sexual assault. She's played as a transformative role in the shaping Army policies for emotional trauma victims. Beyond volunteering at the Connections of Cumberland and excelling in leadership roles, she has received recognition, including the 2022 A. Philip Randolph Institute Community Leader Award. Kathy is a CEO of Fayetteville Pact Organization. Committed to advocacy, Kathy serves in key positions related to domestic violence and women's rights, actively championing and reauthorization of the Leitberg Amendment and advocating for the Violence Against Women's Act. Additionally, she has served as a rape crisis advocate, ensuring sustainable infrastructures and disenfranchised communities, and assisting victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. Her dedication extends to ensuring that government agencies leave no one behind. Today, I will present to you Mrs. Kathy Greggs.
Hello. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Fine. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Butler. How are you?
I'm doing great. So welcome to the Black Business Network. I'm going to ask you a few questions about how you came about your business and a few other questions that kind of get the audience intrigued. Why did you decide to start your own business?
Well, actually, me and another activist, Sean McMillan, are the co-founders of Fayetteville Police Accountability Community Task Force, which is a 501c3 nonprofit here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Both of us are combat veterans. Sean McMillan had an issue with driving while Black, which we still have that issue today. But in 2012, there was a lot of statistics that show driving while Black here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. 70% of color was being stopped in traffic stops, resulting in a citation or an arrest. So Sean McMillan had a discussion with me because we were advocating as volunteers here in the city of Fayetteville for connecting nonprofits and government entities. So when we met, he had a discussion of, hey, we should probably start something with police accountability. At the time, Raleigh PAC, which is also in Raleigh, North Carolina, they started their own police accountability community task force. So we had a discussion with Blueprint, North Carolina, and we said, okay, let's go ahead and form the PAC. So we formed it in 2015, but we didn't get established until 2016 due to training for a whole year on safeties of community activism. And we also did training on stats and understanding what policing is, understanding safe communities for Black and Brown communities, liberation, and reimagining Black and Brown communities when it comes to the infrastructure and taking out the ecosystems that bind us and put us in jails as well as school to prison pipeline.
Wow. I can definitely see why we are needed. And you came about the structure of the business in that avenue because it's definitely something that's definitely needed, and to look forward to encompassing more information about that. Another question, what advice would you give to someone just starting their own business?
Well, my first advice would be you got to establish a foundation first. So with us, it was 4 people in a room and we're like, hey, let's have this discussion. How are we going to go get and build a capacity of a foundation, a front, and mobilize people to understand that this is an important issue, because this not only is, an issue with police accountability, but it also interferes with the actual funding, Census Bureau. I mean, we can go down a list of how this affects the human life. So we would, and I would highly suggest that you get with a business consultant, which we did. We got with a business consultant to strategically plan our whole front, how we would actually build a capacity, how will we get partners, how will we network with partners. We went out on foot and on ground, had conversations. We went to different states and had conversations, and then we built our capacity. Then we came back to the strategic planner once again, our business consultant, and said, okay, now y'all can go here. Now, when we first started, we said we're going to go into oversight, where the police will have oversight, which we currently still don't have that now across America, and other nations. So we were like, let's do civilian oversight with actually called NACOL. So we partnered with them as well and looked into how the police can be policed, because right now we still have that problem. Who's going to police the police? So then we started to go out to the communities that is left behind, is what we say. The communities of the unserved, disenfranchised people, the people that don't get those fundings and infrastructures, and their sewers is still backed up after the flooding. They're living in trailer homes that, we have slumlords. So we started saying, okay, every issue is a social justice issue. Everything reflects upon not just policing, but also quality of life. So we changed our whole mission, and that was within 3 years, because we were doing things such as providing food. We were doing food drives, going to the homeless. We slept outside with the homeless for several days just to see how they live. We didn't have a problem with that. Then we went to different cities to sleep out with the homeless. We took our, partners to do this so we can find out, to meet them where they are, to understand the needs and the resources, to take those funds from the city and the county and advocate those funds into those unserved communities.
So I see there's a lot of partnership having to be done. But
Yes.
with that being such a sensitive topic, and sometimes we kind of run into barriers, how do you deal with fear and doubt?
So I deal with a lot of fear and doubt, because when you're having these conversations with people that look like us, the conversations is, well, that's not my issue, right? Until, there may be an issue later on down the line where it could be a police accountability issue, injustice, something may have happened to that family. Then they may come back and have that conversation with me. So I'm a human rights activist. So I believe in all colors, all race, all genders should never, ever have injustice. Okay. Sean McMillan is the co-founder, and he believes, of course, in reimagining safer communities without having jails and without having the police. So me and him with some kind had this little, okay, well, I believe in this, I believe in that. So even internally, we would have these conversations, but then we will have the conversations of, well, guess what? Let's have common ground. Let's find out what it is that we can do together, how we can work together to make this happen, to make this work better, and for the betterment of the community people. So the barriers that I have been through, of course, is, at the General Assembly, having conversations with politicians that's like, I help, and then 2 weeks later, you don't hear anything from them. And of course, these families are still without justice, still without, police accountability. And then we provide resources for those families, not only just, making sure they have attorneys, but we also give them therapy, confidential. We have a pastor on our board. We also have a therapist on our board. We have a private investigator, and we also have reentry individuals on our board. So we have board members that can provide those resources for free. There's no charge. We're not paid. So everything we do is for the community. That's what public servicey is. So
Absolutely.
those barriers are really hard, especially when you're doing it for free, because some people's like, you don't get paid for this. Why are you doing this? So we started because we said we wanted to serve the people the right way.
You see a need and it needs to be filled, and you stepped up to the plate. I really applaud you for those efforts. And I know it is a community effort, but where do you see your business in about 5 to 10 years on the track that it's now?
Well, right now, because the rise of AI, I personally, and just like you are an author, I wrote a book myself on a memoir, but I wrote my book in reverse. My book is written based on the present and how it looks in the future with advocacy with AI. We see AI right now rising everywhere, right? And we also see AI where they actually are doing, being attorneys on websites. So you don't even have to hire an attorney at this point. They have artificial intelligence doing it. You also have artificial intelligence in other countries that's actually teachers and principals. You have artificial intelligence in Amazon, so we're talking about 430,000 jobs or even more than that will be lost. So my book is based on, and it's called The Mother, the Soldier, the Activist. And with this book, I discussed how the rise of AI, how it affects me, not only as an activist or advocacy, right? But it's going to affect everyone's job, including therapists. So the question will remain, do we go forward? So when you're asking that question, how does it look 5 years from now? Well, we have to wait on the technology to determine that, because we may not be in those rooms anymore to assist in the process of justice. We may actually have an AI that's doing that. And then we may not be wanted at all, because the AI may show the surveillance of the police. The AI may actually hold the police accountable, the human police accountable. So how does that look, and how does it affect the Black and brown people? Well, it affects us a lot, because we're going to be left behind again when it comes to economics. The economics of AI affecting all communities. So when you ask that question, I'm gonna be honest with you, what answer can I really give you at this point? I don't really think any business can give you an answer based on the fact of how AI is really rising, because we're losing not only employees, but also the businesses are losing their own economics because of it.
Right. It's so difficult sometimes to keep up with this technology. And like you said, things are going more robotic, so they're kind of replacing people. So you kind of segue into my next question, because I already asked you about how you saw the business in 5 years from now, which is kind of a trajectory that you project on it. But it's like you said, it's kind of impossible to do that. My other question was, how does your business look different from back then to now? But you've already also answered that. We're talking about the robotics aspect of it and the AI and how it is transforming the way we look at things and the way we take on different positions, and they're replacing us. So with that being said, how do you set your business apart from others that are in your industry?
Well, with my business, I have consultants and I have an inner circle that we have discussions on how can we move forward? How can we adjust with this, evolving technology, and how does it look? Even in the, criminal justice system, will there be judges as human beings, right? So, and then the fact that we have so many activists and advocacy groups here in North Carolina that we're partners with, some of these activists are salary paid. This is their livelihood.
Yes.
So when it dissolves and you're no longer needed, like, how do you live, right? So that's questions also that we should be asking. Now, when we're talking about the actual barriers of how we look in social justice for artificial intelligence, well, how does it look even in the churches, right? So people may want to actually have a better relationship with the artificial intelligence because they may feel like they trust them more than they trust a human being, right? So that is something that we have to ask ourselves, because guess what? Every day, about 80% of the time, you're on social media somewhere. And you're letting them know what you're doing every time. So when you say we don't want AI, AI is everywhere you go.
It is. The algorithms are also testing us and getting into our information before we even really put it out there. Because sometimes I feel like they're in your mind, they're thinking of things that you're already thinking about. You suggested or you look up something and it's there. And so when I look at that piece of it, and you're talking about AI taking over and taking the feelings and the emotions out of it, that would cover the robotics piece of it, because they're strictly going to do what robots do. But sometimes you need that emotion there to drive your next step. So we're thinking about that. What would be the hardest part about being an entrepreneur at this point?
I think the hardest part is going to be trust. I mean, we have trust now with each other, our clients, our partners, but trust building, oh, it's so hard to build after years. But then when you have the AI come in, they can do the work quicker than you. 30 seconds, they can write a grant, 30 seconds, they can do a whole resume. Do you still hire that HR? Do you still hire that accountant? And that's going to be the part, the trust part, because we have seen AI do failures within Microsoft. We have seen AI do failures within Apple. How does it look when they do failures with facial recognition, which has happened, by the way, where they use AI police and they did mistaken identity of black face versus a brown face, or a black face versus a white face. And they have arrested people in New York illegally, right? So, that's going to be the factor, the trust, because the trust is going to be so hard. Because if I could pay an AI $20 a day versus paying an employee $300 a day, your business just may not be a business, right? Because you are hiring, you're able
side of it.
It
takes that out of it. So that doesn't play a big factor when you think about the robotics piece of it. If you're just thinking about driving for the dollar amount or getting work accomplished, but you're not building relationships and establishing those connections in the communities. So where does that actually leave us when you think about your entrepreneurial piece? What is going to be your favorite part at that point? Because you're dealing with a robot, or you may not even be in the business at all, and the robots are there. So what would be your favorite part about being an entrepreneur at that point?
My point is, we all need to come together as human beings, and we need to have our own movement to understand the technology that's coming and go against that, right? Because we're not doing that. Everybody, entrepreneurs are not coming together right now to have this discussion. We are seeing it evolve around us, but we're not having a discussion at all about it. And then, like you just said, entrepreneurs will save economics, but let's make sure we're clear. And Dr. Angela Davis is one of my role models, actually. And I had met her many years ago at Temple University, but I always keep in mind what she has said many years ago when she was a part of the Black Panthers, is you can't separate racism from capitalism. So at the end of the day, economics plays a huge part, but trust, building relationships, like you said, Ms. Butler, maintaining those relationships, honesty, integrity plays a huge part when it comes to us coming together as entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. Now, thinking about all those pieces of it, what would be your favorite part? Because like if we take the people out of it, what would be your favorite part at that point for being an entrepreneur?
So my favorite part is, I started this work after coming out the United States Army and being, of course, a sexual assault survivor, and also advocating for sexual assault survivors, human trafficking, and domestic violence. So for me, and I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, I feel that my covenant with God and me being a faithful servant to him, I'm going to have to continue to work even without having a business. The business plays a part in it because you build the capacity and you have a built front. However, for me, I will continue to advocate for whoever needs advocating, because the voice is very important. And being in that room to have that voice for people that don't have the voice. So for me personally, I can only speak for me personally, that I will continue to follow my path and what has been given to me as my journey from Jesus to tell me, you will continue to serve until I tell you no more.
Well, you just answered that next question, because it says, how have you grown personally becoming an entrepreneur? And I think you addressed that very beautifully, talking about your personal experience with sexual assault and segueing into being an entrepreneur and how you let that drive you, but it did not keep you away from it. Like your fear did not take over. You were empowered by what happened so it wouldn't happen to somebody else, and made a segue, open a gate, so to speak, for others to walk through and help support. So I really appreciate your work in that line of effort that you're making. What has been some of your biggest learning experiences in running a business?
Well, my business learning experiences, luckily, I did make sure before we started as a C3, I did go through the training of grant writing. I also was a volunteer on some boards for grant writing, fundraising director. I also went through leadership training, a lot of academies. I went through a political institute training. I had to learn a lot. And the main thing is paperwork. The 990s, you have to make sure you're on it. So there was a time where I said, you know what? I went back to Sean McMillan. I said, look, I got it. You know, we're getting funds, but we need to make sure we can maintain these. So we wind up getting a board member that's a CPA, that's an accountant, so he can maintain that paperwork. Because at the end of the day, you may say, okay, you're a C3, but guess what? If you report to the IRS, you're a business and you should operate it as a business. You should structurize it as a business. And you should always go back to that vision board with your business and see what you are accomplishing. Never look, never, ever erase. Like I have my own vision in my mind because I don't like to write things down. I'll call somebody, hey, write this down. But I never ever erase what I say because it's always good to go back and see how far you've come. And you may have to change things based on, like we just said, economics, based on, you know, technology, new bills coming through, you know, through Washington, D.C. Hey, how do we have to change this? So things are moving around so much. So you have to stay up on it. But this is a business. And you have to operate it as a business person.
Absolutely. And I definitely understand about dotting I's, crossing T's, and leaving that paper trail because minds kind of fade, people come and go, and things change along the way, like you said, with this, definitely with the technology piece of it. So having that paper trail to make sure that things are in place and I's are dotted and T's are crossed so that way you're not in trouble by any means later down the road. Or if it's something that you need to change, you'll see where you came from in order to go where you need to go. So with that being said, what are some of the things that you would not compromise as a business leader?
I would never, ever compromise my integrity. And I would definitely never compromise my integrity. I said it twice. So, you know, being a United States Army combat veteran, being in charge of soldiers, they instill that in you. And then also, I mean, I'm not like everybody else. Both of my parents were in the military as well. So it was instilled in me very young that integrity, honesty, and trust is the main factors that evolve around me. But definitely, I would say integrity, 4 times, because without integrity, you will not get trust, and you definitely are not honest. So you can put those two together. But integrity is something that comes from not only within, but also, you know, pours out, and you can teach other people about integrity. But let's make sure we're clear. Everybody's morals is not the same, right? Everybody's, you know, honesty is not the same. To some people, a lie is honest, right? So you have to debate that as a business owner. Hey, do I stand with this nonprofit, even if they're doing stuff by taking funds from grants, but not utilizing it in a community? And believe it or not, I have dissolved relationships with nonprofits that do that. I also have been talked about badly, of course, because I choose not to indulge in only the Black community building, right? I indulge in all community building, including LGBTQ. Okay. And also the Mexicans, right? So the thing about it is I have been humiliated, and that's part of being a leadership. You know, I have been arrested as a part of, you know, being a leadership because, you know, this work and being an advocate and activist, you have to understand that you have to stand strong in the integrity for the people of the unjust. This is all they have. You're the only hope. And if you're not going to do it, I tell people all the time to step down. So I have no problem with saying I can't be in partnership with you because you choose a different route than me, or you are utilizing funds or advocating or using faces like we have seen even with Black Lives Matter, using faces to get funding. And I will not, nor will I allow my business to do partnership with people like that.
It sounds like that you're all inclusive, all encompassing, and you already set your standards. You keep your values at the core of who you are. And that's the most wonderful thing, when you can actually stand on what you say and actually live by that, but also carry it out in the business aspect, because there's so many times that we end up changing our avenue for that good old green dollar amount. It kind of sways you. And I'm glad to know that you're standing on your, on your stamina and your integrity and keeping your word for yourself as well as the public that you're servicing.
Now, Ms. Butler has hurt me. There was time I was almost crying because I got offered a grant. I was like, oh no, I can't take this because of what the grant consists of. I can only advocate for this group. I'm like, oh no, Pacific groups. So now don't think I didn't look at that money like, oh, but no.
But the thing about that is that money.
But I couldn't do it because once again, integrity. See, all that comes
Right.
back with integrity and trust and honesty. And there's no way I could tell a family, yes, I took money based off of your son and advocated for your son and nowhere were they're around, right? And
you never have to look over your shoulder. You're living your truth, so you never have to look over your shoulder and wonder when it's going to catch up with you. That's the biggest thing about keeping to the line of integrity of who you are, the core essence of your being. So how do you define success? And I think that's going to be in that line of integrity based on the fact that you're not compromising.
Well, I find success this way. Anytime I could sleep at night without chaos and knowing that I did the right thing by people I didn't even know, knowing that I helped that person that I saw on the street and didn't even know him, knowing that I assist that person that was going through, getting beaten by their husband every day, or, Fayetteville Pat going to go pay rent for a family struggling in a hotel here, or putting a security deposit. So my business is successful, and I'm successful because I did what I was supposed to do as a servant of God.
Yes. Now, who is your biggest role model? And I think you just answered that question right there.
Yes. My biggest role model, of course, is, the Lord Jesus Christ. But also, I look at different advocates around here. I follow a lot of advocates. But I also know that there's some levels that I know that, you have to understand, where the rubber meets the road. So there's a disagreement and there's an agreement in a conversation, but yet and still, we're still here to do the work. But for me, Dr. Angela Davis is one of mine. She shows resiliency. Even for her to go in front of the courtroom and go against the FBI itself is big, right? But also, I just want to say something too. My children are my role model. And this may be weird to some people. And I say that because I inspire them. I make sure that they understand that you also can be in the system. You also can be a part of the criminal justice. So regardless of how you lived in your life, regardless of what me and your father have done, at the end of the day, you must understand that humanity cannot exist without each other. So we have to make sure that we know we're connected, no matter what race, gender, or sex we are. And everyone has to help everybody, because the only reason why we're on earth is because we're supposed to love thy neighbor without judgment.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely on board with you about looking at your child as one of your role models, but they also look at you as a role model. I firmly believe that we're here to raise children. And with that being said, they're not a whipping board. They're not a sounding board for those kind of things. We're guiding them to be the person that they're going to be, because the DNA comes from both the mother and the father. And when you look at that, there's two different people coming together from two previous different households, making one household, one person. So that person has to now veer off and figure out who they are. So I appreciate that piece of it, looking at your child as part of your role model, because I try to accept the example as well. And that's a large platform to stand on as well. So at what point did you look at your business and then consider that to be a success?
Well, I looked at my business maybe about 3 years ago and considered a success because 3 years ago, while we were going through the COVID, well, we're still going through COVID, let's be clear. But while we were actually advocating for our jail here, because during COVID time, our jail, our sheriff that looked like me wasn't allowing inmates to get tested. They were thrown in positive pods with negative people. We had a lot of issues here. And what happened was there was no mask provided. Even though there was this whole COVID funding, our elected official, our sheriff, in its right, chose not to provide those masks. There was even a comment where he said, well, we're going to hope that people don't get arrested during COVID, right? So I think it became successful then because we actually had to call all our partners to go in front of this jail to advocate for the people that's in jail, right? And who are we to treat people inhumane, right? Who are you to pass judgment? So I think it became successful then the most because that's when we got to see all our work for all these years when we started in 2016, that everybody came together, all groups from everywhere, like, hey, this can't happen. People are human beings and they should be treated the same way. And we wind up getting those masks. And we also wind up getting body cameras with the sheriff department, and that funds was already given to them in 2018, right? So I'm just using that as an example of the fights that we had to go through. And we just recently went through the fight of American Rescue Plan funding and making sure that it went to all the Black and brown infrastructures like it's written, because this money expires in 2024, this year, December 31st. So we have $45 million in our city and $65 million in our county. And these funds will go back to the federal pot if they are not used. And that fight itself was something. So I'm gonna say that that's when it became successful. But the most success, I'm going to say, Ms. Butler, is when you see a smile on a mother's face or a brother's face or a cousin's face because their family member got justice. We go to the courtrooms with the family. We make sure that they making sure that the bail bond is correct for us people and not 50% or more. We also provide food and everything else to these families. But that's the best thing ever, is to see a mother smile, to know her child got justice.
Absolutely.
And that right there is more than anything in the world. No money, no nothing.
Yeah, it lets you know that your work and your efforts paid off and you've changed somebody's life and you made a big difference. And I understand when they say that if you don't use it, you lose it. And that comes to the funds. It's almost like you don't need it if you're not using it. So I definitely understand that, even working with the state myself, because I work in the school system. And if we leave that pot right there, it goes right on back. And we can't afford to lose any of those monies. But now I do have one closeout question for you. And I think this is the biggest one. Why do you believe you are good at what you do?
I believe I'm good at what I do. I don't think me being good at anything, right? Because we all go through mistakes, we grow, we learn. I mean, I had to learn myself. Every day I look myself in the mirror and say, what I can do better, how I can do better, how I can better my community, how I can, better my children, and also how I can better people. So I'm going to say to that question, I think me following my heart, my guidance from the Lord Jesus Christ, that is the only way that I could feel that I'm doing good. Because at the end of the day, I just want him to say, you did good as a faithful servant. That's what matters to me. So I don't know about good. I would just say growing, understanding, and acknowledging mistakes.
Yes,
acknowledging mistakes.
I totally understand that,
And
but
also,
definitely self-reflections. And I'm sorry, I keep cutting across. I think the signal's a little bit awkward here, but I just want to thank you so much for your time and spending that with us today. You have been so motivational and so inspiring. Please keep doing the work that you're doing. And I want to say, if you can just give us some information about where we can contact you, that'll be great.
Okay, well, we're on Facebook, Favo Pack. Also, you can go on KathyGreggSpeaks.com and you can contact me there. We also have www.favopack.com, and that's the only way. And I appreciate Black Business Expo Network continuing to strive and doing the great work they're doing for economics of Blacks across this nation.
Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-2 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen. And that number, Cash App is going to be $BBBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank you, our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, for March 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanin Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute and the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common. And I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. What happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I travel back and forth to DC because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? What's the storyteller? I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for the afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge and to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we will be doing we will have Miss Bouquet Blakemore doing a fireside chat with Miss Doris Douglas. Doris Douglas is a seasoned film TV producer and Hollywood insider. Her business partner is a 2 times Academy Award winner, Willie D. Burton, who recently worked on Oppenheimer. After 30 years of working with legendary actors such as Diane Carroll, James Avery, Paul Winfield, Douglas has mentored a number of creatives in the industry and currently offers her services as a consultant. She has worked for ABC TV, Sony, MGM, and Disney. Her producing partner, Willie Burton, is the sound mixer for Shawshank Redemption and The Color Purple, amongst others. Douglas has been featured as a guest on NBC, KTL, and numerous podcasts. I present to you Miss Doris Douglas and Miss Blakemore.
Hello.
Hello, Carrie. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And we're just excited to be here on Black Business Network, and so glad to introduce everyone to Doris Douglas. So we're excited.
All right. Well, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
well,
Bouteika.
hello, Doris. Hello, so great to see you today.
Yes, same here. I've missed you. You've been a world traveler going all over the world.
I have been a world traveler. Yes, I have. And it's great to be home and great to see you. We're so excited to have you on Black Business Network particularly because you are a consultant and you have really made a business out of the entertainment business. And so I'm so glad to be able to just ask you some questions and give you the chance to share with the audience the amazing things that are coming up, as well as the things that you've done in your career. So the first thing I wanted to do is to ask you, can you tell us about Foresight Entertainment Film and Music Workshop, and then tell us a little bit about its objectives and how that came to be.
Okay. Well, over 30 years ago, actually, is when the idea came about. At that time, of course, I didn't know you, and I didn't know UNESCO or anything about Creative City of Music. And so what happened is that I had been only working in the industry for maybe 10 years or so. And I started noticing when I was on sets of film and TV shows that pretty much all of the crew were white people. They were, in other words, no people of color, not that many. And I started wondering why. And I thought about maybe some of the Black people in our community had no idea about these jobs. And so something said, well, maybe you should do a workshop and introduce them to these jobs. And so that's how it started. That was the seed of the idea. And I did it by going to DreamWorks at that time, along with a nonprofit organization. And I asked them, would they be interested in helping me make this program happen? So they did. And we ended up getting the program going. We had about 20 students between the ages of 12 and 18. And that's how we got started. DreamWorks gave us some money, and then Sony gave us some money, and we got started. Now, fast forward, all these years later, after Willie and I became partners, I started thinking about it again, but I didn't have a nonprofit to work with, and I wasn't sure, how we could make it happen. And of course, then I got introduced to you, and you told me about UNESCO, and you said that they might be interested in something like this. And that brings us to 2024, which now we're going to be doing the film and workshop collaboration between our two companies. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to work with young people who are 18 to 25. And the reason we wanted to deal with that age group is because they are old enough to be hired in the industry. So once we've introduced them to the industry, how it works, what jobs there are, what kind of skills you need to get those jobs, then our goal is to then help them find employment and get their careers going, those that choose to do that, get their careers going in the entertainment business.
That is very exciting. And I should probably help our audience understand a little bit about the collaboration between Foresight Entertainment and Creative City, Kansas City, UNESCO. So for the audiences that don't know what that is, and that's my bad, I want to make sure I explain that to folks. Essentially, Creative City KC is the focal point for the UNESCO Creative City of Music. And UNESCO stands for United Nations Education Scientific Culture Organizations. And so, as Kansas City is the focal point for music, we wanted to help people understand all of the capacities that music has with various types of other industries, and that film is absolutely one where those two worlds meet so beautifully. And so I'm so glad, Derez, that you had a chance to share what that experience is going to be like with the Foresight Film and Music Workshop that's coming up in just a few months, right? And I would like to
Yes.
ask you to elaborate more on your industry experience and how you uh, became a consultant in the field of television and film production.
Okay. Yeah. Well, after years of working in the industry, I started to notice that a lot of writers and filmmakers had no idea how the industry works. So they were spinning their wheels, basically, writing all these scripts and coming up with all these ideas for television shows and movies, but they had no idea how to get the ball rolling, how to get the money, what you have to do to even be able to get meetings, where you can pitch your projects. And so I started out before that, let me back up a little bit. I first started out as a consultant, just taking phone calls from people that just had questions and they didn't know who to go to get answers. So that's how I got started. And I would talk for about an hour, sometimes 2 hours, with people who wanted to get a project going. Some of them were writers, some were people who have a business and want to get connected with the industry. For example, a lot of them don't know anything about how to get your products into films and TV shows. So even things like that, people would call me and say, I don't know how to do that. How does it work? What does it cost? And so forth. So I just started out giving advice, basically. And then after a while, I started noticing that some of the projects were projects that Willie and I might actually want to work on or, connect with. So we started out talking to people, we would read their scripts, and then we would advise them as to whether we thought it would be a project we could produce. And so then I started getting involved as a producer on some of the projects. But for the most part, I would just give advice because I just hated seeing people spinning their wheels, all those years working on a script or all those years, trying to get out there and connect. And a lot of people make the mistake of thinking they need to connect with celebrities. So they would say, oh, if I could only get to, to Denzel Washington, or if I could only get to Viola Davis, I have a project that would be perfect for them. And what they didn't understand is that celebrities aren't looking for projects to put money into. They're looking for people to hire them to be in a project. So unless you have a deal, they're not interested in talking to you and helping you do anything. I mean, unless they're a family member or a personal friend. And so that helped a lot of people, because people would call me later and say, I'm so glad you saved me the trouble of spinning my wheels trying to get to these celebrities, And I said, yeah, because they're working. These are people that have their own projects, some of them. And the ones that don't have a project, they are looking for work. And so if you can't provide work for them, you're wasting your time. So that was how it started. And then from there, I would help business owners, as I said, who wanted to get their products into films and TV shows. And that's called product placement. And a lot of people had no idea that there is such a thing and how it works. And it can be very expensive to do. And then you can also find other ways to do it if you're willing to start out small, and work with budding filmmakers, people who are new to the industry, but maybe they have done one or two, projects and they're getting out there, or they have a TV show and it's not on a major network. Maybe it's just on YouTube or, on the internet. And sometimes it's easier to get your foot in the door with those people.
I see. Well, that's very helpful. I'm sure there are plenty of people listening that are just taking notes right now and wanting to know a lot more. You mentioned that you had started a workshop with students that participated that were and the project was supported by DreamWorks. And when did you decide that that was a need as well? So we have a need for people to understand a little bit more who's in how to interact with film and so forth. But when you did that workshop years ago, what was it that you found was the need then?
Most of the young people, what they needed was a couple of things. One was that they didn't know anything about the industry. Most of them, if you ask them about the entertainment business, they wanted to be in front of the camera. They want to be actors and singers and dancers. And so when I started talking about being a crew person, they were just stunned. They were like, what? I said, yeah, you could be operating the camera. You could be doing sound or lighting. You could be working with props. You could be doing hair and makeup and wardrobe. And they were like, what? So little by little, as I started doing the workshop, I started noticing the effect it was having on these kids, because some of these kids were like troubled kids who, getting in trouble at school, or they're not doing their school work, or they're not taking education seriously. So I did find that it changed a lot of these kids forever. I mean, I didn't realize it was going to have that effect. But a lot of these kids, they started getting better grades at school. I started hearing from teachers and counselors saying that the kids, were getting really serious about school, and that they wanted to actually learn how to do these jobs, and that they really wanted to get into the business. So before I did that, though, in order to actually give them some hands-on experience, I knew I was going to need two things. I was going to need some instructors to help me, people who are already doing a lot of these jobs, so that kids could see that there are people, especially people of color, doing these jobs. And I knew I was also going to need some money to get equipment so that they could actually film things, and get some hands-on experience. So that is what prompted me to want to go to the studios and see if they would be willing to put some money in to help get equipment. And when they found out what we were doing, DreamWorks gave us a check within a week. And Sony followed right after we finished that first round of workshops. and they found out we were going to do a second one, then they gave us the money for that one. So I should say they came on board and added to what DreamWorks was doing. So what I learned from that experience is that most of the time, people just don't have the information. It isn't that they don't want to do it, or that they don't think they can do it, or they don't have the skills to do it, or whatever. They can be taught how to do something, especially if you bring in, like we did, we started bringing in instructors from the different fields, and that's what really got it going and got the kids excited.
That is wonderful. I am so excited for what's coming up in Kansas City for the film and music workshop, and you bringing all of that experience with you from the one that you did several years ago. Can you elaborate on the main goals that the film and music workshop, the Foresight Entertainment Film and Music Workshop, will have for the one coming up in this year?
Yes, and for those who are interested, Bukeka will give you the Gmail address to contact us if you want to know more about it, or you want to sign up and attend the workshops. It's going to be in June 24th through the 26th, 3 days only, for 8 hours a day, somewhere between 6 and 8 hours. We're going to bring in instructors. Some will be from the Hollywood community. They'll be flying in from LA, and then some will be local, because you guys have a lot of local talent there, behind the camera and in front of the camera. And so we're going to have them come and participate as well. And we want our goal, the number one goal, is to give people the exposure to the different jobs. That's first thing, because if you don't know a job exists, you can't go after it. You won't be able to say that's the path I want to take. So we're going to bring in instructors, let them teach you about what they do, how they got into it. You'll get to ask questions afterwards. And we're going to give you lunch as well. And we want them to get an understanding of not only what the jobs are, but what the path is that you have to take to get to those jobs. And then how you go from there to actually getting hired, and what that process involves, how it works and everything. And so Willie and I will be teaching also one of the workshops. And then because Willie does sound, for people that don't know, Willie does sound. He did the sound on The Color Purple, Shawshank Redemption, all of those big movies. He won an Oscar for DreamWorks, and another Oscar for the movie Bird, about Charlie Parker, who, by the way, from what I understand, is from Kansas City. And so it's going to be interesting. And then to give some of the students, we can't give them all hands-on experience, but for a select few that really show some initiative, we're going to have them work with us on our promo video that we're going to shoot. And that video is going to be about the Leeds Dunbar neighborhood, and also about the history of the jazz industry in Kansas City, and how that started and all of that. So it's going to be a very interesting project. And I think it will give students an opportunity to actually use equipment and see what it's like to be on a real professional set.
That's going to be so exciting. And I know for a fact that there are lots of excited people here in Kansas City waiting for that workshop to start. So we're really going to be as we get closer, just feeling more and more excited about all the things that are going to transform in June. In your opinion, why is this workshop or ones like it needed in the industry? Does it fill a gap that exists right now? And how do these workshops help to fill that gap?
Well, one thing, especially in Kansas City, it's going to be really critical because of the action by the lawmakers there in Missouri, who made sure that you guys have tax incentives now to offer to the film industry. And let me tell you, tax incentives make all the difference in the decision to shoot a certain film or project in a certain town, a certain state. And so what we want to do with this is a couple of things. One, we want to start a database of all the people who have completed the workshop, because when they finish, they will actually be qualified to get an entry-level job in the industry. So our goal is going to be to help the film offices and film commissions in Kansas City and in Missouri. We want to collaborate with them so that when projects come to town, the people who have completed our workshop will actually be in their database and would be notified, when a particular project is going to be shot there so that they can apply. So that's one of the goals. And the reason that this type of workshop is needed is because it's very expensive to get into schools like film schools like USC and UCLA here in California. Those are very expensive to go there. And now, if you're lucky enough to be able to do it, or you got a scholarship, then I would say do that if you can. But for most people, especially in states outside of California and New York and Atlanta, they aren't going to have that opportunity. And so that's one of the reasons we're really excited about being able to do it in Missouri, because you guys with these tax incentives, you're going to be attracting Hollywood studios there. Right. And we want our people to be the ones that get considered to be hired. And we know that these workshops are how they can get the information they need, and even some of the training that they're going to need to get those jobs.
That is wonderful. I remember hearing an interview that you had where you were excited because you knew that you wanted to get into the film industry. You wanted to just be a part of it. You wanted to just get into the door some kind of way. Would you mind sharing with our audience that journey that you that led you to becoming to where you are right now? That very first thing that started and jump started your career.
Well, the funny thing is, I was born and raised in Detroit, and they had no film industry, no entertainment industry, basically, other than Motown. And very few people were going to be lucky enough to get hired by them or to get a record deal or whatever. Although I did get approached by them at one time because I was a singer, and I thought that's what I wanted to do. So initially, I moved to LA with the idea of getting into the music business. But once I got here, and I went to a workshop that Quincy Jones' company was doing, and they started telling all the stories about the way the music industry works. And, I realized, I was like, this is not going to work for me, because I'm not willing to do all this stuff that they're talking about you're going to have to do to be in this business. And I would say to anybody who wants to be in the entertainment business, you need to really know yourself and be honest with yourself about what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do to have a career. So anyway, I'll fast forward. I made the move to LA, and I think I had like a few $100s to my name. But I had a friend who helped me get established, at least helped me get an apartment and helped me get set up in LA. And I started out by just telling anybody I could run into that I wanted to get into the entertainment business. And what ended up happening was a friend of mine told me about a group of women. They were called Black Women's Network. And they said, you should join. And they said, it's not an entertainment industry thing, but at least it would help you start meeting people. So that's how I met this one lady who told me about a job that she'd heard of. And at that time, I was doing temp work. And I had found out that there were temp agencies that cater to the entertainment business. So you could go and get a job with them, sign up with them. You had to pass all these tests, of course. And then they would get you hired at like ABC and MGM and, you know, all those different companies. And so that's what I was doing when I met this lady. And she told me about this one job, permanent job. And she said, it's on a game show. And she said, you know, I think you would be a shoe-in to get that job. And it was just like in the office, production office. And I would have been a receptionist. So anyway, I managed to beat out 200 applicants to get that job. And I just could not believe it. I went to work that first day. I'm sitting there, I'm in an actual production office. And now the funny thing is, when you're in the production office, you're in what they call the development side of the business. So you don't have anything to do with shooting the actual project. You're not on a set. You don't get to meet the, you know, crew and directors and all those people. And I didn't know that. So I go to the office expecting that I'm going to be watching them film the show, you know. So I had no idea. But anyway, I ended up becoming friends with the producer. He just took a liking to me. And one day he said, have you ever been on a set? And I said, no, I didn't even know what that was. So he invited me to come to the set. And that's the first time I actually saw people in production and met the crew and, you know, watched all these people working and saw how the show was filmed. And I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, how come more Black people don't know about these jobs? So anyway, from there, I ended up learning so much about the business. And I ended up meeting more people who knew about, you know, who work in the industry. And little by little, I decided this is what I want to do. Forget that music industry stuff. I'm gonna learn how to do one of these jobs. And so I didn't know anything about being a producer at that time, but because I was friends with this producer, I just started noticing what he was doing. And I was thinking, I could do that, but I didn't know how I was ever going to do it. So I'll fast forward again. I ended up trying to get a job at Disney. So I'm sitting in the office talking to the lady that's interviewing me. And she said, I think you're overqualified for this kind of job. Oh, my heart just sank. I was like, I need this job bad. What does she mean I'm overqualified? So anyway, I kept trying to talk her into it, you know, to give me a shot. And finally, she looked at my resume again and she said, I see here you do reading, you volunteer at the library and you read stories for, you know, to children. And I said, yeah. And then I'm thinking to myself, what has this got to do with the job? And so she ended up telling me that she thought maybe she and I could work on a project together and produce a project for ABC, showing about children's stories or whatever. And I was like, what? She had jumped from that to the, you know, from me being interviewed for the job to that. And it just threw me off. I didn't know what to do. I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. And I'm still thinking in my mind, are they going to pay me to do this? Because I need some money. I need a job. But anyway, it ended up that the show did get accepted by ABC. It was a long process, and I can always share about that another time. Or if anybody wants to know, they can ask me. But that's what I ended up doing. She and I together ended up producing an animated special for ABC, and it was for the ABC Weekend Special, which was a major show at that time, hit show. And they ended up accepting the project, and they did pay me as a producer. And that's how I learned how to be a producer. And that was over 30 years ago.
Just fascinating, Derez. You know, the people listening to you today I know are getting so much out of this. I mean, you know, when I first heard the name Dorez Douglas, I did not know all the amazing things that you are doing, but so glad to get to know you and meet you and really consider you not only a friend, but a mentor because of all of the wonderful things that you're doing for women, for Black women in this industry, in film and television and and streaming, obviously that is a part of the whole equation as well. You're making a huge impact. We have a couple of minutes left, Derez. I know you wanted me to mention how people can get in touch with who are interested in participating in the workshop. And all people have to do is email creativecitykc@gmail.com, creativecitykc@gmail.com for more information about the workshop. Is there a final thing that you would like to say, Derez, as far as advice that you would give to filmmakers or and musicians who are wanting to enter into the industry and start a career?
Oh yeah, I would love to share or close by saying, if you have a dream, don't let anybody talk you out of it. Don't worry about what other people say. In fact, I always tell people, don't even talk about the dream. Start working on making it happen. Learn what it's going to take. And because of the internet now, you can find out anything you want to know by Googling it or looking at YouTube videos. Once you find out what it is you want to do, start watching interviews of people who do those jobs so that you can hear their stories and find out how they did it. And then start making your plan for how you're going to do it, because it can be done. So I just want to encourage you, if you have a dream, pursue it. Or as Nike says, just do it.
Just do it. That's right. That's right. Well, I love that. It's so important that people take risk. As I've gotten to know both you and Willie and learning about your stories and hearing about his stories, both of you took a risk. You had a dream, you had something that you aspired to do, and you took a risk and you went for it. So many people, I think, are struggling these days because they're inundated with messages telling them that they can't do it or that they're not good enough. Or telling them that they don't live in the right part of the country, or they don't have the right look or the right sound. And what I think what we're charged to do is to not only help people that want to be in the industry that we're in, but to also give them encouragement, to give them a sense of self-worth that they might not have had before. And sometimes those talents lead in this direction, and sometimes on the front stage in front of the camera, and then sometimes it's really you've got a better more talent maybe behind the scenes, and then you feel much more equipped and feel even better about yourself knowing that you're not succumbing to a lot of criticism and things of that nature because you're not in the space that you need to be in. So I really appreciate all of the things that you have mentioned as far as the risk that you're taking. Go for it, just do it, and also learning how to find yourself, being very acutely aware of who you are, and what and then not allowing the outside noise to take over, right?
Right.
When it comes to I did want to make sure that I did get a couple of other questions in before we go here. How do you incorporate elements of mentorship, since we just touched on that, mentorship and guidance into the workshop that you did years ago and what you're planning on doing this June in Kansas City?
Oh yeah, I definitely have mentored a lot of people over the years. And what I do is I like to mentor people who are serious about the industry, and who, even if they don't know what they want to do just yet, I always tell people that you can be a production assistant, which we call a PA. That's the entry level job in the industry. You can start out as a PA and work in different departments until you figure out what you want to do. And even some actors work in front of and behind the camera. And you can do that. And we will be addressing that. I forgot to mention that. We will be addressing acting and music and how that all ties in to the industry. So that's one of the things. But I like to mentor people that believe in what they want to do and they believe in themselves, and then I can help them. You really can't help a person who is doubtful, or they feel like they can't do it, or they don't have a good work ethic. You have to be determined. And that makes me want to mentor people. And I did mentor some of the kids who are in my first program, and they ended up, several of them ended up in the industry. And so I was surprised at that. I have some kids that are now directing. I have one who wants to produce and has been producing some small independent projects. And so if they decide they want to go that route, I'm more than happy to advise them in any way I can. Now, you also have kids who want to be in the industry. They're too young to be hired right now. But what I can do for them is sometimes when I'm on a set, I have the opportunity to let them come and shadow me, or, or what they call bring your daughter to work, those kind of days, those kind of times. And of course, since the start of COVID, unfortunately, it's made a lot of studios and networks and streaming companies nervous about having children on the set. And that's the only reason that this time around we weren't including children in the workshops, because I want them to actually be able to get a job, or at least to be able to shadow people on sets. For example, I took a bunch of the kids in that first workshop to the set of a couple of movies and TV shows that were on the air at that time. Moesha was one of the shows. And we also brought some kids to shadow Baby Boy, the movie Baby Boy. Some of them were allowed to come on that particular days when they weren't shooting any kind of, R-rated scenes. But yeah, I love mentoring, and even older people who want to work in the industry. I know some people think, well, if I'm not in that 18 to 25 group, there's no hope for me or whatever. But I always tell people that's when I can do the best mentoring, because you have a lot more life experience to call on. And most people, by the time they get into their 30s and 40s, they are much more disciplined. And so it's easier for me to teach them things that they can do. There are certain jobs that don't have anything to do with your age. If you're physically able, to do a job, as long as you're not, sick or that kind of thing, there's no reason that you can't work in the industry as well.
Wow. Okay. All right. And from the perspective, because we've talked a lot about entering into the labor force, into the workforce regarding this, you have done that, and then you started your own business. So there are people out there who are also wanting to look at it from an entrepreneurial perspective as well. What kinds of businesses, consulting or otherwise, are available in the film in the film industry?
Well, there's production companies, which people can, if you're serious about producing projects, and especially let's say you have some money to invest, a production company is an excellent way to get started. And you can produce, low budget projects that don't take a lot of money. Or if you are good at raising money, a lot of people do the crowdfunding thing, and raise the money that they need in order to produce films and so forth. So that's one way to get into it or get started. And then the other thing you can do is you can team up with other people who are doing projects or have projects, and the two of you can decide, or two or three, however many there are, can go into business together and do it that way. The other thing to keep in mind, if you have products that you think would fit with a particular TV show or film, you can then start looking into product placement and finding out how to get your products placed, and what that means. And I'm sure most people will understand, but in case you don't understand what I'm saying, let's say you're looking at a TV show And there's a scene where they reach up into a cabinet, the actor reaches up into a cabinet and gets a can of something for some food, or they get a box of cereal or whatever it is. Or as you're looking around the room, in the room that they're in, there's art on the walls. All of that stuff had to be provided by somebody. So if you're an artist, then that may be a way for you to get your art into a TV show. Same thing with if you you create things, you make purses or you make clothes even. You can contact the wardrobe person and figure out how you can get your clothing to them and be used in the movie or TV show. Years ago, my daughter was in the beauty business and she was making lipsticks, and I managed to connect her with a lady that was working on the TV show I can't think of Queen Sugar. Couldn't think of the name of it for a minute, but she was working on Queen Sugar. She was the makeup person. She saw my daughter's lipsticks and she asked about using them on the actors in the show, and that's what she did. She ended up buying a bunch of lipsticks from us to use on the actresses. And so it's just, there's so many different ways that you can go about it. Like, let's say maybe you teach knitting, or whatever, and you have classes, you teach knitting. There may be some TV show or a movie where they need somebody that knows how to knit. And you could either consult on the show to show the person who's going to be playing that role how to knit, or you might be able to be featured. And, maybe your class that you teach could be a part of the show of the particular storyline that they're using. So there's just so many different ways that you can use your skills and your talents to get into the industry. You just have to look it up, look online, explore it, and see where you might fit in.
That is amazing. I never even thought of those things. That just the ordinary things that people do have a space in the entertainment industry, from hair and makeup to just being able to uh, have your products on the set itself, and those are all entrepreneurial aspirations there. I think that is absolutely incredible. Um, Looking forward, what kind of legacy would you like to leave, and what kind of impact the work that you're doing, how would you describe that?
Oh, that's a good question, Bukeka. One of the things that I would like to do is to see these workshops continue. Long after I'm gone, I would love to have trained some people in how they're done, how to coordinate them, how to collaborate, with organizations like UNESCO and Creative Cities of Music. And I would love to see that continue. I would also love to see it become an international workshop, which you've mentioned to me, several times, and that it is a possibility that we could do some things like that where we can collaborate with other countries. I would love to see that happen. And I hope my legacy will be that you're never too old to pursue your dreams, and you're never too old to continue working. Work as long as you can. Don't ever quit. I hear people who say, "Oh, I'm looking forward to retiring and all that." Retiring is not in my mind. I don't plan to retire. I'm going to work as long as I can, because you have so much knowledge that you can pass on. That's what I want my legacy to be, that I kept giving and giving and giving and helped somebody to be able to realize their dream.
Wow. Well, Derez, I so much appreciate you doing this interview today. I know that there, again, are so many people who are listening to this and will be listening to this, who are interested in not only in entrepreneurship, but specifically in entrepreneurship in the entertainment, film, and music industry. You've given us so many nuggets, so much great wisdom that is going to take somebody carry someone a long way in their career. I do want to also make mention that the Foresight Entertainment workshop Film and Music Workshop will be in Kansas City, June 24th through the 26th. And there'll be opportunities for people attending that workshop to possibly be on set for a phenomenal promotional piece that will then lead to a full documentary in 2025. So we're looking forward to having you here. Please give kudos to your production partner, Mr. Willie Burton, on his recent successes in sound engineering on film. He was just given the won the award for I think it's the cinema
CAS, right? Cinema
audio
Audio Society Award.
Society. Yes. And so we're very proud of you both for all that you're doing, and thank you so much for being a part of this amazing interview. We're also wanting to make sure that people know that if you are interested, go to email us at creativecitykc@gmail.com. That is creativecitykc@gmail.com. Again, Duress, thank you so much for the wonderful work that you're doing, and we do appreciate you so much for being a pioneer in this industry.
Thank you, Bukeka. Thank you for having me. And I just love this show idea, Black Business Network.
Yes.
I'm just so pleased at what they're doing. And hope to meet Eric in person someday. But I loved your art. I'm glad I got to see that.
Yes, he's a phenomenal artist, as well as a wonderful human being as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, wow. It was just such great information. I feel so privileged to have been just part of this live experience. Thank you very much, Dorez. And thank you, Ms. Blakemore, for doing the fireside chat. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having us, Carrie. Have a great day.
Yes. Genius is common. And
yes,
I'll see you.
Is. Bye-bye, everyone.
Good.
Yes.
Genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise the funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanation Eye Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today's special guest is Bukeka Blakemore, whose passion is used to the power of her voice to promote self-worth and well-being. She has 30 years experience in the entertainment industry and has opened for entertainment and social activist icons such as Harry Belafonte, Maya Angelou, and Della Reese. She has also toured with R&B legend Oleta Adams. Ms. Blakemore is the co-founder of Fave Unite TV, an OTT streaming platform supporting content reflecting authentic narratives from Black and Brown people and indigenous cultures around the world. She is also the treasurer and deputy executive director of Creative City KC Incorporated. This organization's focal point is Kansas City, Missouri's designation as the only city of music in the United States under UNESCO Creative Cities Network. All right, Ms. Bukeka Blakemore.
Hello, Carrie. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Awesome. Appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So can you share with us your journey and experience in the entertainment industry over the past 30 years?
Well, yes, and it has been a wonderful experience. Very interesting, as the music industry is one of those. Um, it can be a very challenging industry, but entertainment as a whole, my journey began as a little girl. My mother taught me how to sing. She was a coloratura soprano and studied operatic performance and education, and she just kind of passed that little gene right over to me. Uh, and as soon as I was really able, as a teenager, to cultivate that skill, I started to get work. I was in bands during high school, and then as an adult, I started to perform on stage. Of course, with church, but also in jazz clubs in Kansas City. Ended up releasing 4 albums, and wanted to also create a way in which to inspire people. So I incorporated the entertainment aspect of it with education and training on various topics, and including helping women and individuals understand their self-worth. So that's the kind of the tour of or the way that I have basically utilized the entertainment industry, incorporating music and positive messages to share with audiences around the world.
Okay. What inspired you to use your voice to promote self-worth and well-being?
Well, it was the entertainment industry itself, particularly being a woman, a vocalist. I saw early on that women are often objectified, over sexualized in the entertainment industry. And so I really made a conscious choice at a very young age that that is not how I wanted to be perceived. I wanted to be perceived as an entertainer based on my talent, based on my ability to connect with audiences, and to stand in a real place of integrity. Um, so, and having chosen that route, in this industry, it can really impact your worth. Because if the industry is telling you, well, we want you to wear that dress a little bit tighter, or we want you to lose a little bit more weight, or to do this to your face, your hair, or all of those outer things can make you have a sense of not feeling worthy, of feeling less than. And so my message, my a lot of my music was not only therapeutic for me, but it was also something that audiences could really appreciate. So, and knowing that so many young girls are still in that same situation is troubling. When you look at women in music these days, only 3.8% are actually doing the production work, the things that are behind the scenes to make that outer product one that audiences want to watch. And, I don't, I will put it like this. I often make sure that when it comes to supporting women in business, that I'm giving lots of positive information. So even though we see those, a lot of our sisters, in that, uh, really utilizing their sexuality and so forth in the music industry. I don't want to knock it, because they are business women. They are making their money. They are doing a lot better of maintaining their rights and copyright and owning of their music. But still, as a whole, we're certainly not represented in the same way as our male counterparts.
Okay. Could you tell us about some of the notable figures that you've worked with in the entertainment industry, such as Harry
Absolutely.
Belafonte, Maya Angelou?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. These are names that probably some of our younger audiences don't necessarily remember, but I really want them to. For example, and I would think that no matter what, people know who Maya Angelou is. Her presence was just majestic, absolutely majestic. Very tall woman, and that deep voice so commanded your attention. So when I had the chance to meet her, it was to open up for her when she was getting ready to do a keynote speech. And basically, a lot of her words were coming from the books that she had written, and her life experiences. In being able to open up for her, I had the chance to bring my mother along, and so both of us had a chance to sing a couple of songs before she began to speak, and she was thrilled. Also,
Wow.
Harry Belafonte, another, you know, just huge important figure in Black American history, who has recently passed away. All the youthful clips that you've seen of him in those older black and white movies, he never changed. I'm telling you, he looked the same, decades later, and such a friendly man, such an encouraging man. I had the chance also to tour with Olita Adams. And if you're not familiar, if the audience isn't familiar with Olita Adams, she is the person that really made the song "Get Here If You Can" an iconic song in American culture. And touring with her was just an absolutely delight. She just like, you're going on the road, going on vacation with your big sister in my case. So yeah, these people in our history, in our African American history, are just as majestic as they seem, as they are, as they are owed that type of status, and at the same time they're just as humble and beautiful on the inside.
Wow. So, how did your experience touring with the R&B legend Olita Adams influence your approach to music and storytelling?
Oh my gosh, I tell you, she is just a master of that. How that inspired me. One, we toured the Netherlands. And it was one of the first experiences that I had being out of the country for an extended amount of time. And watching her be able to connect with audiences that are global audiences was a huge lesson to just watch and watch her do the work. Obviously, they loved her. They love her still, not just because of her music, but because of the way that she's able to connect with audiences and have personal stories about the times that she was there before. All of those things make a big difference in how you connect with audiences. So she really taught a lot about that. She also taught me a lot about the business, a lot about the business, the things that you need to be prepared for when you're traveling, such as visas and work visas, and how long you stay in a particular country, how to manage your money, make sure that you're keeping a portion of that to save for the next opportunity that you have. So, music is a business, and though you're on stage and you're performing, you're still an entrepreneur, and you're looking to make sure that you can track your revenue and manage your money and invest in that in that next experience. And she was a master and is a master at that.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a lot of great information and great inspiration. As the co-founder of Fave Unite TV, could you elaborate on the mission and goals of the platform?
Absolutely. Fave Unite TV is one that came from the the desire to really help others. You get to a point in your career where you're like, you've done great things. Now you got to help people. You got to help people get there. And so for content creators, for artists, that's important because there are so many creative people out there, but it's hard for them to find a home. We can do lots of things on different platforms, but to be seen is also another challenge. So, our aim is to work with content creators, those are our artists, to help them be seen, to have their work be to have their creative content be a part of a platform that's going to help them in their marketing, in their messaging. And a lot of platforms don't do that. You just put your content up there and then you sink or swim. But Fave Unite TV wants to take the extra mile. We want to actually help those content creators become successful and help them get their word out. On top of that, we really believe that remuneration for artists is very important, and it is an area that you really, again, you have to look at all of the dollars, the revenue, and as well as those expenditures. So we're finding a way to help artists earn on the platform and not just through streams, because streams is a very ambiguous tool in which to pay people for their content. So we're looking at other creative ways in which to do that, and hoping that that will attract content creators to come to Fave Unite TV, because it's more than just having your content placed on there. We're here to help you market that content and to also help you become to have a revenue stream from that content placement as well.
Okay, so what sets Fave Unite TV apart from the streaming platforms? I think you were starting to touch on that a little bit.
Absolutely. First of all, we are one of our catchphrases is that we are streaming culture 24/7, 365. And the reason why that's important is because on a lot of streaming networks, you're just kind of seeing the same thing over and over again and the same faces over and over again. And that bodes well for people who have favorite things that they like to see, favorite shows, favorite actors, favorite movies, and things of that nature. But there is a whole nother world out there, and people want to see themselves reflected in media, which is why Black Business Network is so important. Same with Fave Unite TV. We are here to present content that is focused on Black, Indigenous people of color, in independent artists. Indie entertainment is what is another word to phrase to describe that. And so, what our edge is that we want to cater to those audiences where they don't see themselves that often. And some people might say, well, why don't you just go for the thing that always works well, or the things that people could already see all the time. That's just great. And at the same time, as long as we can make sure that the content on our channel reflects the people that we want to help, I think that that's a very important thing to do. So that's what sets us apart from other streaming platforms, is that we're focusing on culture, and that culture is representing Black and brown faces, Indigenous faces and culture, and individuals that that don't necessarily get a chance to see themselves reflected in media.
Okay. In your role as treasurer and deputy executive of Creative City KC Incorporated, what initiatives and projects are you involved in?
Well, we are involved in several different projects. So let me tell you first what Creative City KC is, as a UNESCO designation. UNESCO stands for United Nations Education's Scientific Culture Organizations. And when the United Nations began in 1945, they also established this network, UNESCO. Over the years, they have focused on what we call World Heritage Sites. So their focus is to preserve history, to preserve things that are important to our landscape on the globe. Now, Creative Cities is a part of that, where in 2000 they began to establish certain cities focused on certain genres. So there's cities of music, film, gastronomy, craft and folk art, media design, as well as oh goodness, the last one escapes me. I'm sorry, but there are 7 of them. So we are the city of music in the United States. So, as a city of music in the United States, we have several things that we are charged to do. Now, one, we received our designation because of the fact that jazz is such a prevalent history in the Kansas City area. Particularly swing jazz was birthed here. So, our designation is supported by the fact that we have the ability to preserve jazz, swing jazz in the United States. But we're not locked into that one genre of music. As a creative city of music, we can touch on everything. We can touch on blues, country, rock, pop. What we're here to show is that music can change the world, that music has an indelible force that cannot be reckoned with. And so we showcase artists. We send artists to other parts of the world that they might not have been able to go to. We bring in other artists to the Kansas City area that are particularly interested in learning more about jazz. We also have the chance to collaborate with other creative cities. In fact, I just returned from London, Ontario, Canada, for the Creative City of Music cluster, so that we can put together ideas on how we want to showcase music in our particular country. And prior to that, I was in attendance to the UNESCO World Conference on Culture and Arts Education in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. And so member states from around the world got a chance to share what people are doing with arts and culture and how to bring that into the world of education more effectively so that so that our schools and universities can really embrace and teach about culture in ways that maybe people had not thought of. So it's an amazing organization to be a part of, and the work that we're doing is meant to leave a legacy for generations and generations to come.
Wow. Just, I was focusing on the last part that you were saying on how, being part of the UNESCO allows for pretty much like you to create that heritage, which a lot of times as Black and Brown or people of Indigenous color, we lose the heritage aspect. Like it becomes part of the culture, and then we lose the heritage that comes along with that. So, thank you for that information. That was great. So, what
That's
are
a
some of
brilliant
the
point.
yes? What are some of the key challenges you face in promoting diversity, equity, inclusion in the entertainment industry, and how have you addressed them?
Well, I could say that both from the Fave Unite perspective and from Creative Cities, we are able to address those things. For example, in the on the Fave Unite TV platform, we can showcase and provide information that's specific to DEI, why it's important for corporations and even neighborhoods and municipalities to embrace culture and to embrace diversity and to include people in the process. I'm going to tell you something that I share with people so many times. My mother, both my parents were both civil rights leaders, and my mother said to me one time, she said, segregation was probably the worst things, one of the worst things that could happen to Black people. I said, Mom, why would you say that? And she said, because they didn't ask us the question. They didn't ask us how we wanted to be educated, how we wanted to be in business. And so that is still a challenge. We have to be asked the question and we have to set the narrative. So Fave Unite TV is displaying the authentic narrative of Black and Brown people and people of Indigenous culture. When it comes to Creative City, Kansas City, and UNESCO, that's our job. Our job is to help municipalities embrace culture and to embrace the fact that these different ways that culture is expressed through art, through music, through food, through film, through design, and through media. It's important that municipalities understand that they have diverse cultures that need to be seen, heard, represented, and cared for by that municipality. So the challenges that we have in both regard is being able to have the funds and resources to get those messages out. So that's why entrepreneurship is so important. And it's also very important from the not-for-profit sector to involve partnerships that that have the resources that are Black and Brown resources as well, so that we can fund and tell our own stories.
Yes. And to go to to echo, I guess, again, what your mother was saying, if you go and you listen to all the civil rights leaders throughout the decades, like that's been their main point, that we have to set the narrative. We have to set the narrative and grow together as a people and let that narrative be told. Let that story be told. So how do you navigate the intersection of art and social activism in your work?
Oh, I love that question. Love that question. I think one of the things to do is to get people involved in the conversation. Earlier today, we had Derez Douglas on, who was talking about the film and music workshop. And one of the things that I wanted to make sure of is that we had, of course, they're in Hollywood. They can, bring in those major people, and that's what they're going to do. But we also wanted to make sure that those creatives in the Kansas City area also could participate in this. So I brought a group of people in the film and music industry in Kansas City together. Now, and I'm also here to broadcast a little bit because we need more Black women. We need more women of color in participating in this. I had a group of 8 young men, and I put the call out. I didn't get all the women that I wanted, so I'm putting the call out again, Carrie. Okay.
All right, I hear you.
Yes, but we had 8 Black men come together. They had a chance to meet Willie Burton and Derez Douglas through Zoom to explain what the film and music workshop was all about. And I tell you, a few of those young men were absolutely in tears. And the reason why they were in tears is because they were afraid that there wasn't going to be anyone to take up their mantle. There wasn't going to be anyone to pick up where they're leaving off. And these are young men, so they have decades yet more experience to lend to this craft. So I think one of the biggest challenges is, particularly in our community, is to really pay attention to see what's out there and then take advantage of it. For goodness sake, take advantage of it. In this particular case, this is a free workshop. We're not asking anybody to pay for this. So even though we do have a limited number of seats, it's still free information that you're getting from people that are icons in the industry. So that's one of the challenges. The other challenge is not being able to really have a database of individuals that need this information. So from both the perspective of having a channel for which people can subscribe, we are now able to give them information that that they would want, from a newsletter or on a monthly, basis. Same for Creative City, Kansas City. We are now able to create a database of those artists and musicians, those content creators that are that want to have more information on workshops coming up. And from that, then we can begin to cultivate a community of people that are then charged to tell the story over and over and over again. We're right now in a time in our American history where they're literally wanting to remove us from the history books, as if we had just shown up here out of the blue. Right?
Yeah.
No, we have a story and why we're here, and we need for that story to be told, and we need for that history to be preserved and passed down from generation to generation, so that each generation can become stronger and more equipped to deal with any challenges that they'll face in the future.
What advice do you have for an aspiring content creators looking to showcase their work on the platforms like Fave Unite TV, or to come to the Creative Cities Network workshop event?
Absolutely. Well, the first thing is, and this goes without saying, you really need to know your craft. Okay. We're not expecting for people to be completely polished experts, okay? Because they're going to grow. People are going to grow and learn how to do the craft that they're in, myself included.
When I first started out as a singer, I'm grateful that I had some raw talent, but it really still needed to be polished. And how I present myself on stage, all of those things are things that you begin to learn, but you have to be willing to accept new information. I don't want to necessarily use the word criticism, but I would use the word um, the new information to help you grow and learn as an artist. So for content creators bringing their video content to Fave Unite TV, no, we don't expect it to have the sound quality of what you're going to see in Hollywood, here in Hollywood, or see those edits and cuts just the way you want it to be. But have it so that you're at a point where it can convey the message or do a good job of showing the content that you want your audience to see. Now, when it comes to people coming to the film and music workshop, or those who want to get involved in the Creative Cities Network, it's pretty much the same thing. In fact, we have in our Creative Cities Network a program called the American Music Apprenticeship Program. And so obviously, just by the word apprenticeship, that means that you're still learning. So we want you to feel vulnerable enough to know that you need some help, you want to learn, but you also have the fortitude and the desire to become better at your craft, so that at some point you can then be the master instructor. You can be the person that's teaching those apprentices how to perform, how to play a particular instrument, or how to do to write a score or something of that nature. So just having enough confidence in yourself, vulnerability to want to learn more, and be ready to be willing to look for that information and participate.
Okay. And finally, man, time has flown by, but finally, what legacy do you hope to leave through your work in the entertainment industry and beyond?
Wow. The legacy I want to leave is um, you're worthy. You are worthy, not because you're a great singer or not because you're a great filmmaker, but because you are who you are. A human being that is on this planet to do something wonderful. And we have so many things going on in the world. Some people think, what difference does it make if you're writing a song, if you're trying to film a movie, with all the things that are going on in the world? We have this one life, and that's it. Unless someone tells us otherwise, or we can see it happen, we have this one life. And so in all the stress and strife that we have in this world, we should make the best use of it and give and help others do the same.
Wow. Well, thank you, Ms. Blakemore, for all of your expertise. And man, just a dynamic conversation. I wish we had more time. But can you please share how someone can get in contact with you, how they can connect with Fave Unite TV, and also the Creative Cities Network, KC?
Absolutely. So if you have specific interest on becoming a content creator of Fave Unite TV, feel free to email me at info@faveunitetv.com. That's info@faveunitetv.com. And I would say, just for the Creative City Network, feel free to email creativecitykc@gmail.com. creativecitykc@gmail.com.
Well, thank you again, Ms. Blakemore, for your time. And it has been a pleasure. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for February 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tara Bush, and I am the co-founder and COO of the Hello LLC, where our mantra is helping everyone live life optimally. And more importantly, helping entrepreneurs leverage leading-edge optimizations. We help businesses build, brand, automate, and pivot into the future. With over 22 years of corporate C-level experience, I carry a wealth of knowledge and expertise in my professional portfolio. My professional journey has encompassed various facets of business, executive leadership, project management, marketing, systems, space planning, and strategy implementation. I have had the pleasure of partnering with and managing multi-million-dollar projects for the top Fortune 500 companies, prestigious universities, and well-known sports teams around the world, like ExxonMobil, Apple, Samsung, Citgo, HP, Ziegler-Cooper, the Houston Astros, the Dallas Cowboys, Bank of America, and Vanderbilt University. What fuels my drive is a passion for innovation and creativity that knows no bounds. I thrive on pushing the boundaries and thinking outside the box to bring fresh, ingenious ideas to the forefront. I turn visions into reality. As a leader, I am a steadfast advocate for integrity and creativity. I am driven by a profound desire to help individuals and businesses create their own return on time investment while leveraging technology. At the Hello LLC, we are more than just a 3D digital marketing agency. We are a community committed to helping, building, and thriving together with integrity. We can either show you, teach you, or do it for you. We believe in the power of innovation to transform the status quo. My fellow professional powerhouses, in the spirit of abundance, I firmly believe that there is enough prosperity in this world for all of us to thrive together. So, I invite you to make the pivot because the future is already here.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors of my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, Alabama, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community showing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker, Ms. Jacqueline Jones, is a Tuskegee University alumni and now the founder and CEO of Beautiful Blessings in Motion Incorporated. Naturally embodying the philosophy and life practice of basic principles of social work, her dedication to public service and the well-being of others has afforded her a wealth of experience, of which she uses to encourage and bolster others along their life's journey. As a therapeutic life coach, helping individuals and groups in life-shifting sessions are just a couple of methods that she used to assist people in navigating life challenges. She believes in transparency and uses her life experience as a blessings in motion to help individuals to create change in themselves and aid others in transforming their lives to maximize their true potential. She endeavors to use her motivational message in any form that she is given the opportunity to be transparent and honest in sharing with the high hope that her truth will enable others to share theirs for the purpose of healing through peace. Jacqueline knows and believes wholeheartedly the only way to healing is through truth. Jacqueline Jones, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So what inspired you to pursue your career in social work and mental health advocacy?
Well, I think it's always been a part of who I am and who I was, even as a child. Of course, I didn't know it that way, but I'm told later on in life at 54, I hear stories from family telling me, hey, this is, you've always done this and you've always reached out and cared for others. But I know along my journey of healing, because at the age of 4, I was sexually abused at the age of 4. So I'm a survivor, and so apparently it was something that I knew I could draw from. At some point, I knew I could draw from. And so when I got to a point where I was along my healing journey as a Tuskegee University student, I started off as an architect major there, thinking that that's what I was going to do. And I found that was a very isolating type of a career. But my mom suggested social work. And I ended up going the social work route, but on that route, I recognized that I didn't want to do it the way in which other people were doing it. Like I didn't want to be a child welfare worker. I didn't want to do those type things, but I had always spoke about wanting to work in a private corporations and working with the employees or some kind of way that way, but and helping people individually, but not in the counseling way. But along that journey, and like I said, along my healing journey, I recognized that I had that nothing that I went through was just for me. And so in order to heal, I needed to share some things. It took me a while because the healing, the journey of healing, it is absolutely just that. It is a journey. It is not a destination. It is always a place and space where you have to be picking up some of the byproducts along the route so that you could use it in your healing. And so along that journey, I was able to experience different therapists. I found out about, and I was able to learn what I needed, what I wished I had in a therapist, what I learned along the therapy journey. And that led me to know that there's something in between getting to traditional therapy and healing. So life coaching is something that came along. It's not that old of a profession. And so when it came along, I knew that this is what I was speaking about when I was in school, that this is what was needed. And so I consider myself that gap. Consider that myself the go between definitely getting into therapeutic, getting into traditional therapy as opposed to having a life coach. And sometimes I am the stop. And other times I am the one who gives permission to go ahead and make that next leap. You can have both. Yeah. So I hope that answers the question and not too much, but yes.
No, you're great. So please tell us about Beautiful Blessings in Motion Incorporated.
So the way the nonprofit came about is that I recognized that there were people who needed to be able to access what it is I do, but they didn't have the funds to do such. And so I found myself doing things like, and I don't mean this in a hard way, but giving more of it away, but I still needed to live. So to create, came up with Beautiful Blessings in Motion right after my mother died, because I was still moving. And it was a blessing to still be moving after you lost your mother. And to go back, I lost my mom 12 years ago, and the world looks different. Yeah, from that lens, you join a private club that nobody really wants to be a part of, but it feels that way. It feels like here you are, and you're like, okay, so now nobody wants to be a part of that club. You know that you're not the only one, but it feels that way, and it feels like an exclusive club. So anyhow, that came along, and I knew that people needed safe spaces, and I wanted to create safe spaces. And because I was still keeping my feet moving and my spirit still after losing my mother, I knew that there was some way there that the name Beautiful Blessing in Motion had to be a thing that helped. It had to be more than a duality. So it was duality times 2. So I was trying to touch this base and touch that base. And so what I ended up doing was creating Beautiful Blessing in Motion, turning it into a nonprofit so that kids and young people, young adults, adults in their later in their wisdom years had access. And the way I do that is I contract with corporations, go in and speak, do a lot of employment development. I actually do a lot of contract work with Tuskegee University, go in and speak with students and things like such. But that generated the funding for me to go into places where they could not afford to be able to have someone to sit down and to hear them. And that's important because somebody did it for me and didn't charge me.
Wow.
You know? So
what type of services do you provide?
So first and foremost, therapeutic life coaching is actually one of the core is the core. But in that relationship, it is one where, again, I say again, developing safe spaces that is particular, natural, and organic to the client, to the person, to the human being that I am connecting with. And so we sit down, and I know that it's a fine line between being a therapist and life coaching. I take nothing from those who have the credentials and the licensure for that. What I forgot to mention was I got my degree in social work and was a licensed social work on the bachelor's level shortly after I graduated in 1992 from the Tuskegee University. And so I have a level of respect for that. So I'm not trying to do any therapy that steps on the toes of those who have, gone the route to be just that. But what I am doing is trying to bridge a gap to get those people who would not normally come in those spaces or who couldn't afford to come in those spaces. Because if you can't pay for therapy $100 plus an hour, and if you don't have the insurance that's going to cover more than 10 sessions, how are you going to talk about being sexually abused at 4 years old, and here you are in your 40s, and how you going to talk about that in 10 sessions? And how are you going to talk about that in 45 minutes? So I use my experience that I love 90% of my therapists. I love them. And I say them because I had a few, because it's not okay, here's a therapist, that one works, and I will go with that. I've had a few. And I know that when you bring this stuff up at the end of the 45, 50-minute session, then you leave out of there and you're left holding that. Then what? Then what? I know that they can't go with me throughout my day to the grocery store. I recognize that. But I also recognize that I was watching the clock when I sat on the couch. I was watching the clock. So what one of the services I do offer is not to put the clock on it. Now, we're not going to sit there 24 hours and talk. We're not going to be there 8 hours. But I don't want my client to feel like this is a rush to get to the point. I want it to taper off. I want it to naturally taper off so that they can find some sense of normalcy, going along their day after we just sat down and had a conversation about what they're going to do with their life. And the other thing about the therapeutic life coaching that I like to do, I like to let my clients tell just enough of their story so we can find out what it is we need to work on. So I don't need to know 35 years of what happened, because I don't, it's my personal opinion that it's not necessarily 35 years that you're carrying. It is something that some very specific things in those 35 years that you're still carrying. And those are the things.
I think you
go ahead.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. It's not that you're carrying 35 years. It's just that there's certain moments in time, and sometimes you don't even realize that those moments in time are actually affecting you today until you actually sit down and uncover that one layer that could just be affecting you just at that moment in time.
Just
like
that
it may not
week.
affect you next week, but this week,
it's an
issue.
This week, this
week it's an issue. Next week might be great. The other week before, it was a different moment, but this week, that moment from 15 years ago is showing its colors.
Absolutely. I like that, Carrie. It's showing its colors. It is a gut punch. I like to tell the story that Also, I'll come back around to one of the other services that BBM does, and that's grief and loss support. That is major with BBM. How it became major is absolutely spiritual. Because I ask God all the time, I don't know what you were thinking, or what were you thinking about having me do grief and loss? Because I'm not there. I'm not the one. But anyhow, I tell the story about red light. It's a red light. So, and it's about grief. So I'm driving down the road. And I'm trying to get somewhere. I was probably trying to go and use one of my vices, which used to be retail therapy. I go and I shop, buy something, and probably take it back. But it was gratifying at the point in time. But I got to one light and it was red. This street has like 4 lights on it, maybe 5. Get to one light, it's red. I'm like, dang, okay. Get to the second light, it's red. And I'm like, By that third light that turned red, I am in full out breakdown tears. And I could hear over a stoplight, Jackie, over a red light. But then I knew this is not about this red light. It's about that moment in time. It's about that one moment in time. And I'm telling you, I think that's practical information to share with people. Like, listen, this journey of life with the components of loss, grief, disappointment, hurt, that this journey in life, there is no playbook. Maybe I'm speaking against what I was taught in school about, but there are steps, there are stages in grief and all of these things, but they don't come in a order. And you'll be at this place one day, and then double back and be someplace the other day, and then double back and you 10 steps ahead of that last place. But every time you want to feel like you have grown, like I'm not just doing this, I'm not just spinning my wheels in this thing called life, because life was meant to be lived.
Yes.
Right? So go ahead. I'm sorry. I could go on. It is a passion of mine. I absolutely love people. I love people. And I love the fact that we can support each other by just telling the truth. Because there's nothing that you and I, Carrie, have gone through that's just for us. It's not just for me. So true. But if I keep it to myself, it can make me sick. If I share it with you, it can help heal you and me too. Yeah. This is how Beautiful Blessing in Motion came about. This is how.
Wow.
Yes.
So, what are the most pressing mental health issues facing our communities today?
I would say depression. And I guess you say depression because depression is the thing. If we're talking mental health, that's the first thing that pops up in your mind. So that's what happened to me, because I'm human. When you said it, I thought depression, anxiety, anxiety. And a lot of times we don't know why or what. And then we go someplace and somebody gives us our why. But as a therapeutic life coach, I don't want to give you your why. I want to hold a conversation because you somewhere in you, but that couldn't be right. Surely I couldn't be anxious about, being a parent. I have beautiful children. They mine. I mean, surely I couldn't be that, but you are, right?
Yeah.
Surely I couldn't be anxious or feeling anxiety about succeeding, because I'm a pretty darn good mechanical engineer, and I make a good number. I bring home some good money. Surely I'm not anxious about that. Not so. Because when you climb or when you get to a place, it brings on new perspective.
Yes.
And so how do we get to find a level of comfortability with our accomplishments and with our, with our setbacks? Right?
Yeah.
I hope that kind of.
No, it's great. So how do you prioritize self-care while also balancing the demands of the advocacy work?
Well, this is what I know to be true. No protects and thank you connects. That's self-care.
Would you say that again? No protects.
No protects and thank you connects.
All right.
I heard that, I think in an audio book, and I think I probably put my own spin on it, but that's how I've been saying it since I've heard it in my space. No protects and thank you connects. I believe in the self-care toolkit. And if I say to you, Carrie, what's in your self-care toolkit? And I'm going to say it to you in a minute, but somebody asked me what's in my self-care toolkit. I'm thrilled when I'm talking about this in the front of the group. I'm so excited to tell them what's in there. And what's in my self-care toolkit, one of the things is no. No. Just because you can don't mean you should. So
That's
no
true.
is in my self-care toolkit because that protects me. Not from other people all the time, but from me. From me giving it away. For me giving me away and not having anything left for me. Right?
Yeah.
Yet one of the other things in my self-care toolkit is I believe in practicing the pause. So I'm moving right along and something happens and I turn around to address that something, it takes me off of Main Street. Now I'm distracted. And now I'm dealing with that. I'm off of Main Street. But now in order for me to get back on Main Street, I gotta make another left, and then another right to get back on Main Street when all I really can do is pull over and practice the pause. I don't have to leave Main Street. And the other thing is my village, the who I am connected to. Who do I allow to whisper into my spirit? Yeah.
Wow.
What's in your self-care toolkit, Carrie?
Well, I'm working on the no. Okay, I'm working on the no.
Yeah. Okay. And there's power in a positive no. Because
there is power in the positive no. I'm working on the no.
Okay.
And something very similar to the pause. I have heard through I'm not sure if you've heard of Dr. Obiama Martin, but she has this breathe course. And one of the things is, make sure that you're breathing on schedule. Ooh. So that's one thing that I've taken, and I ask myself a lot, Carrie, are you breathing on schedule today? Like, are you, really taking that deep breath to make the pause, as you were saying?
Yes.
And so, yes. But yeah, I'm working on that no, though. That
you don't have to pack your whole bag now. You don't have to pack your whole self-care toolkit now, but also keep in mind, whenever you go out of town and you pack a suitcase,
yes,
when you come back, you don't take the same underwear out when you're getting to leave again in 3 days. You don't take the same underwear. You don't take the same clothes. You unpack and you put something new in, right?
Wow.
And if it's something, and if it just say you only own 10 pair of underwear. I'm just saying. It's just humor is the other thing in my self. But if you only own 10 pair, right?
Yes.
You have to wash those 10 pair, right?
Yep.
And then put them back.
Yep.
So when you're washing them, it's kind of like reevaluating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. These things are like, I believe in keeping it simple. Don't make this thing hard.
Wow.
Don't make it hard. I mean, I don't care how much education one has. If you make this thing hard, just because you have the education, you will still find yourself locked in the puzzle.
That's right. That
Locked
is so
in the
true.
puzzle. I am not the one to be locked in the puzzle. You heard me probably say BBM's motto is keep your feet moving and your spirit still.
Wow.
I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to keep doing the work and doing what needs to be done. My spirit needs to be still in the fact that, you know what, I have some resources. I have the right, and I give myself permission to pull over and practice the pause. Right? That's what my spirit is still in the fact that I have some tools, that's going to work for me. And when they don't work, I take them out of the suitcase and I put back in what I need to. Maybe I take them out, wash them, and put them back. And maybe they don't make the cut for the next trip.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
It's all part of life's journey.
Absolutely.
Can you share a success story where the collaborative efforts has led to a positive change in your surrounding community?
Oh gosh. I humbly say that there are a few. And so I humbly say that to choose one over the other would kind of be like, so I hope to whomever is watching this understand and know that you are all absolutely special to me, and that all of them help heal me. So that's my cheat sheet. All my clients help heal me. So I have a client who was very skeptical of what it is a life coach does. And so when that happens, when it happened, he said, well, I'm a mechanical engineer, and how can you help me? What's your background? I told him what my background was. I said, and I had to let him know that I didn't need to be a mechanical engineer in order to support him in being a better human being, which would absolutely support him in being a better mechanical engineer. Long story short, he made some investments after we did some work together, and we still check in. We check in once every other month, and he is now a multimillionaire. And if I ever, he sends some donations to my nonprofit. I didn't have the nonprofit then, but he has since, when he found out I did have one, he'll donate some, it could be items, or it could be a little financial support to BBM. But he said I made him a believer, and I told him that he actually had that in him. It wasn't me. I just supported him. I just supported him in knowing that he had the tools within him to do what it was he wanted to do. So that's how.
Wow, this has been a great experience, and time has flown by. Yes, but thank you for sharing your expertise and just being real, having a real talk. Yes. I really appreciate it. Can you please give information on how someone can get in contact with you or your business?
So you can, if you would like to reach me, you can email me at onebeautifulblessing@gmail.com. You can actually reach out to me. You can call me on my business number at 334-740-1784. You could call, leave a message. Sometimes my box is full, so you probably might want to just shoot me a text and say, hey, this is so-and-so. Do you have a moment, or can we connect? those are the ways. I'm pretty simple, and probably my methods are archaic, and because I desire to do the work and not the back work, and that's true. But I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better at that because there's power in obedience. So I'm getting better with the back work, but simple. Just, you can email me. You could call me again, 334-740-1784. The email is one that's spelled out ONE, beautiful blessing in motion at Gmail, beautiful blessing in motion at gmail.com. Thank you so much for the opportunity and giving me grace on the time difference. I'm sorry. I was out. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Jacqueline. And we appreciate you being here. And genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.